Welcome viewers at home at the 26th Moore Guldensporenmeeting in Kortrijk. Can the viewers in the chat please confirm whether they hear the commentator clearly? Microtest. Okay, welcome to the 26th edition of this Guldensporenmeeting in Kortrijk. This year, the meeting has entered the World Athletics Bronze Series. This means a lot of ranking points are on offer for the international program. But we start off with the national program. The first race is the men's 400 meters. In lane 1, we find from France, Mathis Carondo. In lane 2, Johan Enslin from South Africa. In lane 3, we have from France, Simon Ribeyrol. In lane 4, from France as well, Paul-Auguste Ake. He has the fastest personal best with 46.47. In lane 5, we find also from France, Diego Mila. In lane 6, also from France, Theo Farge. And then in lane 7, the Belgian 800 meter runner, Aaron Botterman. He has already run 146 over 800 in the past. Now makes a step back to the 400 meters. And in lane 6, we find the young regional athlete, Arne Vergison. Athletes are about to start in the first heat of the 400 meters. Athletes are underway in the first heat of the 400 meters. it's a great battle between, in lane 3, Simon Ribeyrol, and in lane 5, Diego Mila from France. In the end, it's really tight between lanes 3 and 4, both from France, Simon Ribeyrol and Paul-Auguste Ake. The winning time is unofficially 47.39. Eventually, Paul-Auguste Ake has won this heat in 47.38. Diego Mila in second in 47.40. .47.40 for Diego Mila is only 200ths of a second shy of his seasonal best, or of his best of last year run last year in the summer. Also improvements on the seasonal best for Simon Ribeyrol, Theo Farge, Aaron Botterman, Mathis Vascarondo just shy of his seasonal best with 49.24. And for the second heat in the national program of the 400 meters, we find Brice Jordens. He's an under-18 athlete from Belgium with a best of 51.35. Leandre Lalin in lane 2 from France with a best of 50.92. Senne van Obel, young Belgian under-20 athlete in lane 3 with a best of 49.80. From Ireland, Aaron Tierney-Smith. Lane 5, the French athlete Robin Fichera. Lane 6, François Carnier. Lane 7, Guillaume Bogart. And in lane 8, Souabib Azus. Athletes are underway in this second heat of the 400 meters, in the men's 400 meters. On the outside in lane 7, Guillaume Bogart is running really well, but it's in lane 5, the Frenchman Robin Ficherac, who takes the victory in 49.62. Just 300ths of a second shy of his seasonal best. So as mentioned before, this meet is now part of the World Athletics Bronze Series, which means there are a lot of ranking points on offer. They will be distributed from the start of the international program, starting at 6:15 Central European Summertime. This meeting offers a great opportunity for athletes who are still looking to qualify for an international championship. Green card, so luckily no disqualifications in this third and final heat of the men's 400 meters in the national program. Second attempt in this heat, and the athletes are now underway well. With a fast start from Siba Houtekete in lane 6. Siba Houtekete, the brother of Jente Houtekete, who we will see, the decathlete who we will see in the high jump later today. He's still in the lead, but his teammate Alexander van Vliet is catching up, and he will take the win in this final heat in the men's 400 in an unofficial 51:09. Both Alexander van Vliet and Siba Houtekete will have run big personal bests. Alexander van Vliet had a personal best before today of 52:11. Siba Houtekete had a personal best of 52:33. It's still waiting for confirmation on the results of the second and the third series. coming up is the women's 400 meters, where we have 3 series as well. The first series is the fastest one on paper in the national program, with in lane 2 Maureen Ellsworth from the Netherlands, in lane 3 Leah Burgin from Ireland, in lane 4 Maeva Beaujour from France, in lane 5 the Dutch Eva Hovenkamp, in lane 6 Maëlle Langlois from France, and in lane 7 the Belgian Manon de Marais. Meanwhile, we have the results of the 3 heats in the men's program. So Paul Auguste Ake is the fastest in this men's national 400 meters in a time of 47:38. Now we get ready for the first heat in the women's 400 meters. And the women are underway. is 400 meters, first heat. We have a swift start from Eva Hovenkamp in lane 5. But also lanes 4 and 5 are going along. Lanes 3 and 4 with Leah Burgin and Maeva Beaujour. Leah Burgin seems to take the lead in lane 3, but it's an exciting battle with Eva Hovenkamp from the Netherlands. Looks to be pretty close between both in lane 3 and 5. And the victory eventually goes to Eva Hovenkamp in lane 5 with an unofficial time from 54:26, which is a big seasonal best. Eva Hovenkamp wins this heat with a seasonal best of 54:24 in front of Leah Burgin from Ireland in 54:30, Maeva Beaujour from France in 54:90, Maureen Ellsworth from the Netherlands in 55:13, Maya Langlois from France in 55:74, and Manon Demarais from Belgium in 57:21. Eva Hovenkamp absolutely delighted with this season's best. The athletes for the next series are already preparing on the track. In lane 2 we have the local Helen Bruineel. In lane 3 from Ireland, Anna Heavey. In lane 4, Claire Jacobs. In lane 5, from France, Camille Folliot. In lane 6, Axel Paternel. And in lane 7, from South Africa, Lauren Jonathan. In this heat, Claire Jacobs in lane 4 has the fastest time after her name with a 57:59. Claire Jacobs has started really fast in this heat, has a big advantage already over the rest of the competition. Is looking to improve that 57:59 season's best. Following pretty well in lane 5 is Camille Folliot from France, but it looks to be a victory with a big margin for Claire Jacobs in lane 4, and time stops at 57:46, which is a new PB for Claire Jacobs. Camille Folliot just shy of her season's best with 58.22. And the South African in lane 7, Lauren Jonathan, has dipped for the first time this season under 1 minute with 59.67. Athletes are underway in this final heat in the women's 400 meters. In lane 3 we find Stephanie de Tallenade, in lane 4 Helene Sancé, in lane 5 Adeline Temmerman, in lane 6 Anneke Kootstra from the Netherlands, and in lane 7 Lore Goossens. It looks like Adeline Temmerman in lane 5 is off to a swift start. Temmerman heads into the home straight in first position, but is being challenged in lane 4 by Helene Sancé. It's tight on the line, but it's Sancé who takes it in front of Temmerman in an unofficial 101.74. Which is a personal best for Sancé. She ran 102.73 in Huizingen 2 years ago. Temmerman second in 101.91. Kootstra from the Netherlands 102.48. Goossens in fourth with 102.91. And in fifth position we find Stephanie de Tallenade with a time of 103.80.
Camera boven zijn. Vertrouw dat die camera niet werkt. Ja, maar die werkt ook niet. Hij werkt dus van de camera te slecht is. Ja, dat is nee, je werkt niet gewoon. De bootje was gewoon slecht. omlaag gereden? Nee, niet omver gereden, maar ik wil mijn auto starten, die start niet meer. Ik dacht, ja, voor mij, ja, geen auto. Nee, van de auto. En dus,
Next up on the track we have the men's 100 meters, followed 20 minutes later by the women's 100 meters. Then we go to the 800 meters for both men and women. But let's first focus on the 100 meters for men. In the first heat we find in lane 1 Emil Botterman, who's going to the European Under-23 Championships with the relay team. In lane 2 Davis from Jamaica. In lane 3 Nene from France. In lane 4 El Bahari, also from France. Also from France in lane 5 Sobolai Bakol. In lane 6 Godwin Ashiampong from the Netherlands. In lane 7 Kabengele Kabbalah from France. And in lane 8 Marius Dodin from the Seychelles. Athletes are entering their blocks for the first heat in the men's 100 meters in this national program. Oh, it's really tight in this first heat. Impossible to tell who took the victory. Davis from Jamaica took it in a time of 10:50 in front of El Bahari from France in 10:53. Emil Botterman with a really fast PB of 10:53 shows he's in shape for the European Under-23 Championships of next week in Finland. Good news for the Belgian relay team. Then Sobolai Bakol from France in 10:55. Mbea Nagala Nene in 10:62. Dodin from the Seychelles in 10:67. Then Kabbalah in 10:70, and in final place Aschampong from the Netherlands in 10:75. This race was run with a into a headwind of 0.7 meters per second. In the second heat, we find a lot of Belgians. Jente Houtekete, who is also going to participate in the high jump. The decathlete we'll find in lane 1. Next to him, Niels Kerkhoffs, who's also part of that under-23 relay team that goes to Finland next week. Sonko from Gambia in lane 3. Hélène from France in lane 4. Wolf Belian from Stax in lane 5, also part of the relay team. Then in lane 6, Camille Sneders from Warem. And then in lane 7, Valle, Baptiste Valle from France. In lane 8, from Chile, Herreros. Jente Houtekete also preparing for those under-23 European Championships. He broke the world record in the heptathlon under 20 years old 2 years ago, and scored his first score in the decathlon over 8,000 points in Gutses at the end of May. We'll be looking forward to see what his shape is like in the sprinting, what his speed is like. Athletes are ready in this second heat. And it's a fast start in lane 5 from Wolf Belian. And he's being passed by Sneders. And in lane 4, the victory went to Loïc Hélène from France in a time of 10:74. Sneders second in 10:86. Kerkhoffs in third in 10:87. Belian 10:91, Valle 10:94, Sonko 10:94 as well, and 10:96 for decathlete Jente Houtekete, and 11:18 for the athlete from Chile, Herreros. All this in a headwind of 0.4 meters per second. In the third heat, a lot of Belgians with in lane 2 Senne de Vos, in lane 3 Victor Prim, who we'll also see in the pole vault later tonight. In lane 4 Clément Brunet, in lane 5 from Ireland Keith Pike, lane 6 Robin Baudard, who's also participating in the pole vault. In lane 7 Jérôme Laporal, and in lane 8 also participating in the pole vault Niels Pittomvils. Keith Pike from Ireland, on paper the fastest man in this heat with a time of 10:84. It's a great start in lane 7 from Jérôme Laporal from France. He's going to take the victory in an unofficial time of 10:81. The official time is 10:80, which is an improvement on his season's best. Robin Baudard in second with a time of 10:90, in front of Keith Pike with 10:95. Clément Brunet in fourth with 11:08. Senne de Vos 11:21. Victor Prim 11:28. And Niels Pittomvils, the decathlete, in 11:33. In heat number 3, we had a slight tailwind of 0.6 meters per second. Athletes are ready for the fourth heat in this men's 100 meters. In lanes 2 to 4, 3 French athletes, Asensio, Lejeune and Petit. Then in lane 5 from Belgium, Bjorn Lambrecht. In lanes 6 and 7 also Belgians, Ilunga and the local athlete Arne van Vleteren. And in lane 8 we find from France, Noah V. Good starts in lanes 5 and 6 from Lambrecht and Ilunga. Looks to be Lambrecht who takes it on the line with a big advantage in an unofficial 11:25. 600 away from his season's best. Official time is 11:23. Ilunga second in 11:50 in front of Lejeune, 11:61. Van Vleteren, 11:67. Petit in 11:71. Nouavi 12:01 and Asensio 14:83. No season's best in this heat. The wind has turned again a little bit. This race was run in a headwind of 0.3 meters per second. Great weather conditions at the moment in Kortrijk. Pretty hot, great conditions for the sprinters, but it looks like there will be some rainfall by 8 or 9 in the evening. For the moment, beautiful conditions for sprinting, promising great performances from the athletes. In 3 minutes, the first heat of the women's 100 meter starts. The first of 2 heats, with in lane 1 for France, Coraline Labitte. In lane 2, Emma Brose. In lane 3, Sarah Murray. In lane 4 from Israel, Ilana Dorfman. In lane 5, the hurdler Angel Aguazi. In lane 6, Emma Zuhonen. In lane 7, Chloe O'Shea. And in lane 8, Marie Lejeune. The athletes are entering the blocks. Fastest on paper in this heat is Ilana Dorfman from Israel, with a season's best run in Tel Aviv of 11:88. She will be challenged by Angel Aguazi next to her. It's immediately close between the two. Also in lane 3, a fast start of Sarah Murray from Ireland, but it's with a big lead, Ilana Dorfman from Israel, who takes it in an unofficial 11:78. A big improvement on her season's best of 11:88, and that into a headwind. Of 1.6 meters per second. So into a strong headwind, season's best. Great result for Ilana Dorfman. Sarah Murray finishes in second. Sarah Murray finished in second in a time of 12:14 in front of Angel Aguazi 12:15. Emma Brose, a season's best of 12:32. Emma Suhonen from Finland 12:56. Chloe O'Shea 12:63. Coraline Labitte 12:86, also a season's best. And Marie Lejeune 12:98. The athletes didn't have the wind in their favors. There was a headwind of 1.6 meters per second. In the second heat of the women's 100 meters, we find a lot of French athletes, with in lane 1, Elisa Crétal, in lane 2, Laure Séverin, in lane 3, West-Vlaanderen Misai, in lane 4, Minjot, in lane 5 from Belgium, Lotte Phillips, in lane 6 from France, Jade Lavergne, in lane 7 from Belgium, Adeline Brunin, and in lane 8, again from France, Mona Lejeune. Fastest on paper in this heat is Emma Minjot from France, with a season's best of 12:84. And a fast start in lane 3 from West-Vlaanderen. But lane 5 is catching up, it's really close. It looks to be lane 4, Emma Minjo, who took the victory in a time of 13 seconds flat into a headwind of 0.7 meters per second. Corrected officially to 12.99. Lotte Phillips second in 13.04. West-Vlaanderen 13.08. Brunin 13.35. Lavergne 13.39. Séverin 13.43. And Crétal 13.88. And finally Mona Lejeune in 14.46. Season's best in this heat for West-Vlaanderen, Brunin, Séverin and Lejeune. We have a 20-minute break before the next action on the track, the men's 800 meters at 5:10, followed by the women's 800 meters. Then at 6, the men's national 200 meters. Before the start of the international program at 6:15 with the women's high jump. At 6:20 still a national event, the women's 200 meters. Then we have the international men's 400 meters at 6:45. Then we have 2 relays for the men's and the women's. The women's relay, and then at 7:25 the women's 400, followed by at 7:30 the men's pole vault, and a lot more international action to follow. in 10 minutes, the action will resume with the men's national 800 meters, followed by the women's national 800 meters at 5:40. Next action on the track is the men's 800 meters, the first heat, where we look with special attention to local athlete Matti Stange, who ran last week 47-49 400 meters. He was known to be an 800 meter runner, but he has now put himself into the team for the under 23 European 4x4 team for Team Belgium. Very interesting to see whether he can pull that progression through to the 800 meters. The pace will be set by Arne Vergisson, and the athletes in this heat aim for a time of 1:47. Matti Stange will get competition from Max van Lucht from the Netherlands, from Zaid from Eritrea, from Kerwin Ireland, Wierzesinski from France, Mosselman from the Netherlands, Oda from Belgium, Van Landuit from France, Kadar from France as well. Athletes are ready for this first heat in the 800 meters. And the athletes are underway with Tange taking the third position. Athletes come through in about 52.5. They seem to be on schedule for a time well under 150. Matti Stange trying to hold on. And we have an unofficial time of 1:48 flat. Let's see if that will be corrected. The winner of this heat was Yannis van Landuit in a very quick 1:47.98. French athlete who's only 17 years old, so really quick time. Zaid from Eritrea, under 20 athlete, 1:48.24. Kerwin from Ireland, 1:49.04. Max van der Lucht from the Netherlands 149.23, and Matti Stange will be a little bit disappointed with that 150.40. Couldn't really translate that fast for 400 from last week, but still a decent 150.4. Followed by Vasco Mosselman 150.67 and Pierre-Louis Cadar 150.7. Ziad Oda 150.83. Season's best for the entire top 4 of the last heat, so the conditions look to be pretty alright. Especially the 17-year-old Yannis van Landuit dipping for the first time in his lifetime under 148 is a very promising result. Again, a lot of French representatives in the next heat of the 800 meters. We have Joep from France, Teixeira from Poland, Cornelius from Belgium, Mollet from France, Rejean, Laus, and Bell also from France, Thiebes from the Netherlands, Dawson from New Zealand, Raji from France, Leenaert from Belgium. The pace will be set by François Scarnier. Based on the times, the favorite for this heat is Luca Raji, started in lane 6. And he's also trying to follow the pace of the pacemaker. Julien Bell has put himself behind the pacemaker. And the first lap is in 53 seconds flat. So they are well on schedule to run their foreseen time of 150.50. Now the pack is stretched out. It's Ruben Cornelis in second position. And the unofficial winning time is 1:49.45. For the Dutchman, Thiebes, 1:49.43, was delighted when he crossed the line with that time, 1:49.43, an improvement on his season's best of almost 2 seconds. Ran 1:51.26 in Germany a couple of weeks ago. Ruben Cornelis dips under 150 with a time of 1:49.75. Also a big season's best. Julien Bell 151.19, also an improvement of almost 1 second of his season's best. Alexis Réjean 151.26. Benoît Mollet in 5th, the under 20 athlete from France 151.50. A PB from for the under 20 athlete from Belgium, the regional athlete Victor Leenaert. Also a season's best for Michael Dawson from New Zealand 152.95. And Jory Teixeira from Poland runs a 153.84. And then finally, Mathieu Laus from France, 156.74. Really fast times in the first two heats of this 800 meters. Meanwhile, the athletes are underway in the third heat of the men's 800 meters. Favorite in this race is Youssef Bahou from France with a season's best of 154. The pace will be set by Alexander van Vliet, who already ran 400 meters. They aim for 153. They come through after 400 in 55 seconds flat. The pack is really getting stretched out. It's the unofficial winning time of 152.25. Which is a lot quicker than the 153 flat that was intended. So again, really fast times in this 800 meters. The victory went to Will Lindsay from Australia, 152.24. Tom Recht from Luxembourg, the under 20 athlete from Luxembourg, finished in 153.13. Samuel Dennett from Australia, 153.38. Louis Carmans, the under 20 athlete from Belgium, 153.46. Cyril Houtard, 153.71. Van Huisteen from South Africa, 154.88. Youssef Bahou from France, 154.94. Al-Qadi from Qatar, 157.26. Gulzinski from France, 157.54. Season's best for the first 6 athletes of the previous heat, so the conditions are pretty good. And looking at the flags in the stadium, there's almost no wind, so this is perfect for a double leg on the track as we prepare for the fourth heat in this men's 800 meters. With in lane 1 Sambersiki from France, in lane 2 Chrétien from Belgium, in lane 3 Legrand from France, and Van der Bon from Belgium, Louis de Bruyker in lane 4, as well as Heida Abdallah from Qatar, Da Silva from France in lane 5, shared lane with Anthony Martin. Then in lane 6 we find De Nietière and De Grande from France and Belgium respectively. Pacemaker will be heading towards a time of 1:54 flat. So they will be looking for something around 56 seconds through 400 meters. And it's Arthur Chrétien who is following the pace from Siebe Houtenkete the best. Now the pacemaker drops off and Chrétien has to do the work himself. And the victory seems to go to the Qatari athlete, Heideh Abdallah, in an unofficial 1:57.01. So the pace was a little bit off in this heat. Heideh Abdallah took it in an official 1:57 flat, in front of De Bruyker in 1:57.46. Anthony Martin in 1:57.52. Simon Dentière in 1:58.08. Simon van der Bon in 1:58.60. No season's best in this heat so far. Baptiste Legrand 1:58.92. And we note a 1:58.99 for the local athlete Kevin de Grande. $1:59.01 for Barros da Silva and 1:59.46 for Arthur Chrétien, who followed the pace initially. In the fifth heat of the men's 400 meters, the pace will be set by Christophe Pieters, who will try to guide the pack to a time of 1:57 flat. In this heat, Querval from Belgium, L'Herbier from France, Cabard from France as well, Lemay and Osteen from Belgium, Limier from France, Adams from Belgium, Dalois from France, Leroux from South Africa, and Bastia from France. And it looks as if local athletes Osteen and Lemay follow the pacemaker. Pacemaker who will try to come through in about 58 seconds. Now we find Thomas Adams behind the pacemaker. They come through in just under 58 seconds, so the pacemaker has done a great job. And he will hand it over now to Adams and Osteen. Adams followed by Osteen, then a little gap towards Rune Lemay. And the leading duo seems to establish a bigger lead. Looks to be a battle between Adams and Osteen. Osteen now passes just before the final stretch Adams and looks to take the victory. Actually builds out a pretty comfortable lead and passes the line in an unofficial 1:57.52 and is delighted with his performance. Adams in second. Who had a season's best of 2:01.41, so he will have beaten that by quite some bit. Big season's best for Niels Osteen, 1:57.50. Thomas Adams in second with 1:58.65, who takes almost 3 seconds of his best performance. That already dates from 4 years ago. Rida Guerfal, also season's best, with 2:00.33. Matthias L'Herbier, 2:00.74. Bastien, 2:01.75. Leroux, 2:02.40. Lemay, 2:02.71. And Limier and Dallois with times of 2:05. Again, a lot of seasons best in the previous heat. Meanwhile, the 6th and final heat of the men's 800 meters is underway. Nick de Nexter from the Netherlands has the fastest time with 2:04.56 already, which he ran last year. They come through in just under 101, just under 61 seconds. It looks as if the victory was for John Flamand, the under-18 athlete from Belgium, in an unofficial time of 2:03:33. (2:03:33) is an improvement of almost 3 seconds on his previous personal best from last year. The official time is 2:03:31. Iluan Cowles, 2:03:48. Also a slight improvement on his season's best. Bonlo also with a season's best of 2:04:37. Standard from South Africa 2:07:28. The next from the Netherlands 2:07:37. Jamal from France 2:08:85. And De Bruyne from France as well 2:11 flat. Elias Teitgat, the under 16 athlete, regional athlete, with a time of 2:12:06, an improvement of almost 4 seconds on his previous personal best. And the final place in this heat, in this final heat of the 800 meters, went to Petrus Lottering of South Africa with 2:14:66. The 1:47:98 we saw from Yannis van Landuit, the under-18 athlete from France, is actually a national record for France, so great performance. And he wins also this men's 800 meters in the national program. Elf loopt achter thuis, maar hier is wel... next action on the track will be the women's 800 meters. With in the first heat Acing from the Netherlands, Schouwers from Belgium, De Vigne from France, Pinter from Belgium, Zonderland from the Netherlands, Pelletier from France, Perez Martinez from Israel, Stissy from France, Cassé and Hinero from France as well. Pace will be set by Eva Hovenkamp, who already ran a good 400 meters an hour ago. Nobody really willing to follow the pace of Hovenkamp. They are aiming for a time of 2:08 flat in this heat. So they are looking to come through in 62, 63 seconds. Hovenkamp with Schouwers behind her. And they come through in 61.5. Zonderland in position 3. Now the pack is getting stretched out, with Hovenkamp with a final pull. Now she leaves it to Schouwers. Six women still in contention for the victory in this heat. It's Vee Acing who is competing for the win with Manon Schouwers. But it's Schouwers who takes the win in an unofficial 2:08.44. Schouwers runs is half a second shy of her season's best of a couple of weeks ago. So the victory in the previous heat was for Manon Schouwers in an official 2:08.43, followed by Pelletier 2:09.13, Acing 2:09.24. Then a season's best for De Vigne from France 2:09.64. Also a season's best for Hénéron, the under 18 athlete from France, 2:10.29. Anke Zonderland from the Netherlands 2:11.18. Pinter from Belgium 2:11.39. Stissy 2:12.49. And the final place in the heat was for Lucie Cassé in a time of 2:13:35. Then in the next heat, we find 6 Belgian athletes and 2 French athletes who run behind the pacemaker Maureen Ellsworth, who also ran already 400 meters. They aim for a pace of 2:18 flat. It's Julie Gamin from France who's running behind the pacemaker. Followed by Birgit van Bokstal. The pacemaker will now drop off. Looks to be a battle between Gamin and van Bokstal. Gamin now opening up the gap to van Bokstal. The pacemaker doing a very good job pulling through till 600 meters. Van Bokstal now surging, trying to find something, but the gap seems to stay stable. Gamin with the lead, 5 meters ahead of Van Bokstal, and Gamin is going to take the victory. Gamin with a season's best of 2:12.41 is 1.5 seconds shy of that, with an unofficial time of 2:13.84. Kan dat ook draaien? Nee, ik denk het niet.
Stel je altijd iedereen voor?
Soms wel, soms niet.
Hoe weet jij voor welke tijd dat hij gaat? Ja, dat ze gaan.
Over welke?
Hoe weet jij voor welke tijd dat ze gaan?
Als er een pacemaker is, staat
Staat dat erbij?
de tijd die de bij de pacemaker staat is de tijd die ze proberen te lopen.
iemand filmen en het wilde de kop volgen. Ja, maar dan wou je dat houden. Ik had al de start. Maar gaat dan wel? Ja. Als die dat zijn, is het dan niet echt.
The next action on the track is the men's 200 meters, where we have in this national program 4 heats, of which the first is the fastest, with in lane 1 Dodin from the Seychelles, in lane 2 Céline Green from Ireland, in lane 3 Kobe Plasgaard from Belgium, in lane 4 Sobolai Bakol from France, in lane 5 400 meter specialist Maarten Helen from Belgium, in lane 6 another 400 meter specialist Jonas de Smet, who ran 21:47, his PB here last year on this meet, in lane 7 Camille Snijders, and in lane 8 Geoffrey Jacques.
We mogen dat proberen, maar volgens mij gaat dat niet op tijd klaarstaan voor net in beeld te...
The athletes are entering their blocks for this first heat in the men's 200 meters. Sobalaye Bakol from France in lane 4 has on paper the fastest PB with a time of 21:33. He's also the fastest underway. Already caught up with Maarten Helen on his outside, the 400 meter specialist. It's Bakol in the lead, with Snejders catching up with him. And it's actually lane 2, Cillian Green from Ireland, who takes it in an unofficial 21:18, so a big improvement on his season's best. 21:17 officially for Cillian Green. Camille Snejders 21:24, also a big improvement on his 21:47 of earlier in the year in Oordegem. Sobalaye Bakol, the fast starter from France, 21:32, 100 of a second faster than his season's best. Maarten Helen 21:42. Marius Dodin from the Seychelles 21:43, also his season's best. Jonas de Smet 21:54. And Geoffrey Jacques from Belgium 21:65. Fast times in this first heat of the 200 meters. A slight breeze of 0.4 meters per second followed the athletes in this first heat. Het is niet veel wind, dus voor de baanrondes is het ook goed. Also, the first field event will kick off in 8 minutes. It's also the first scoring event for the world ranking points. It's the women's high jump, a great field with all athletes that jump over 1 meters 80, with topping the field the young Merel Maas from Belgium with a personal best this year of 1 meters and 92. So after the 200 meters, we'll see plenty of action in the field events. In the second heat of the men's 200 meters, we find all Belgian and French athletes. In lane 1, Senne de Vos. In lane 2, Kilian Merseman. In lane 3 from France, Kabangele Kabala. In lane 4 as well from France, El Bahari. In lane 5 from Belgium, Lionel Alleux. In lane 6, Assamti Badji from Belgium. In lane 7 also from Belgium, Clément Brunet. And in lane 8, Baptiste Valle. Fastest man in this heat is on paper the Frenchman Yanis El Bahari with a season's best of 21:54. And they are well underway in this second heat of the men's 200 meters. Fast start in lane 4 for the favorite El Bahari from France. It's really tight coming into the home stretch. El Bahari seems to be in front in lane 4. Is being challenged now by his compatriot in lane 3, but it's El Bahari who takes it in an unofficial 21:36, which is 1800ths of a second faster than his season's best he ran 2 weeks ago. It's El Bahari in an official 21:34 in front of Lionel Alleux, 21:42, also a big season's best. For the Belgian, Kabangele Kabala in 21:46, also a season's best. Assamti Badji, the 400 meter specialist from Belgium, 21:80. Kilian Merseman, also a 400 meter specialist, under 20 athlete, 21:90. He's already qualified for the European under 20 championships in Jerusalem in August. Followed by Clément Prunin in 22:14. Baptiste Faye, 22:26. And Sanne de Vos in lane 1, 22:71. Kan hem ook. Moet ik hem laten staan?
Ah ja, misschien wel.
Misschien. Ja. Ah, je mocht kiezen. Of ja, als je je voorbereiding...
Dat is die van Johan.
Ja, die staat ook open op Excel. Ja.
Beetje wel, hè.
Nee, dat is volgens mij gewoon in een warm kot zijn.
Ja, misschien. Gewoon een fris watertje is goed.
Ja.
Eigenlijk.
Ja,
Ah.
maar dat ook doen.
Ah, maar boven hebben ze een ijskast, hè? Met water en zo.
Zit er genoeg in?
Ik denk het.
Anders ga ik het gewoon ergens anders gaan halen.
Ja, ik denk het wel. En anders moeten we misschien een pak daar gaan zetten als er niet genoeg is.
Deze zijn echt waardeloos of zo.
Ja.
maken van Anton.
Meanwhile, the women's high jump is underway. We're currently at 169 with Diana Keeley, who's up to her first attempt on that height. But we continue first with the second heat of the women's 200 meters. Athletes already in their blocks. We have 3 French and 3 Belgian athletes. Manjot, Labitte, and Lejeune from France, and Lansen, De Coq, and O'Shea from Belgium. And the athletes are underway. A pretty even start so far. Fastest on paper is Coraline Labitte in lane 4. But from now it's Jutta De Coq in the front in lane 5. But lane 6 is catching up. And it's very close, but it's De Coq who takes it in front of O'Shea in an unofficial 25.58 with a wind advantage, legal wind advantage of 1.3 meters per second. De Coq 400 shy of her season's best with 25.56 officially. A season's best for O'Shea in 25.60. Coraline Labitte 25.94. Manjot 26.33, Lejeune 26.49, which is also a season's best, and in final position Saartje Lansen with 26.53. Meanwhile, in the women's high jump, we had a successful attempt of Alexandra Harrison, and next up to jump is Margaret Lorenzo from Canada. The Canadian with a personal best of 184. Last year's national champion in Canada. But we move on with the next heat of the 200 meters for women. With in lane 2 Séverin, in lane 3 Van der Hagen from Belgium, in lane 4 Phillips, in lane 5 Taron from Belgium as well, and 2 French women in lanes 6 and 7, Lavergne and Crétal. Tuurlijk, ja, zal wel. And a fast start in lane 5 for Charlotte Taron, local athlete with a season's best of 26.96. She's being challenged by Lotte Phillips, but a healthy lead for Charlotte Taron, who looks like she's going to claim the victory with a big advantage. Taron unofficially in 26.06 with, sadly enough, an illegal or a tailwind of 2.4 meters per second. Nevertheless, a great race from Charlotte Taron. So she took the victory in 26.05 in front of Lotte Phillips with 26.89. Audrey van der Hagen in 27.03. Lavergne from France 27.38. Séverin 27.61 and Crétal 28.73. Times will not count in this heat because of the too strong tailwind of 2.4 meters per second. Back to the high jump where we see Emily Whelan. And the bar stays on and she clears 169. in her first attempt. Whelan, who was second at the national championships this year in Australia. She has a personal best of 1.87 meters, which she jumped in February of this year. And we move on with Dana Keeley from Ireland, who missed her first attempt on 169. Keeley has a personal best of 1.81 meters. She became third in the Irish National Championships last year. Okay, ça va. Keeley's second attempt. And now she goes clear. Beautiful jump. Looked like there was still a lot of room between her and the bar. The bar moves to 173 in the women's high jump. All women still in competition or haven't started their competition yet.
Ik vind dat een zotte gedachte. Dus je komt naar hier om een wedstrijd te lopen, je loopt en dan is het te veel wind en betaalt.
The first who will attempt 173 is Marina Kovtunova from Ukraine. She has a personal best of 183. That dates from 2 years ago. She's an under 18 athlete. And she goes well clear of 173. Beautiful attempt. That was her opening jump of this competition, a women's high jump contest with strong Belgian representation, young Belgian high jumpers with Sita Goossens and Jeroen Linieel and Merel Maas. The last two will be representing Belgium on the next European Championships for under 23 athletes in Finland next week. So we are really looking forward to what they can achieve. Meanwhile, Dani Keeley failed at 173 in her first attempt. Alexandra Harrison from Australia will be the next to jump at this height. She had a failure at 165, but went clear in the second attempt, then went clear in one attempt at 169. Doesn't manage to get the height in the first attempt. The women's high jump is a World Athletics scoring event, which means that the first or the woman to win the competition will be rewarded with 60 points. As we see a successful attempt on 173 of the Irish Summer Leckie. So 60 points for whoever wins this competition, followed by 50 points for the second place, and 45, 40, 35, 30, 27, and 25 for the remaining top 8 positions. Really valuable points on offer in the road to Budapest or Paris. Lorenzo goes clear in her first attempt on 173. So she joins Kovtunova and Leckie and is the third athlete to join or to clear 173 in the first attempt. Now Jeroen Linieel, the local athlete. 173, no problem for her. Clear in the first attempt. Beautiful jump. Meanwhile, we saw a successful attempt on 173 from Imogen Skelton from New Zealand. As Whelan from Australia prepares for her first attempt on 173. The bar comes down, seems to be too high for now, but she has 2 attempts remaining.
Ja, inderdaad, dat met recente, zeg maar, waar is die andere groot is.
Then Zita Goossens, yeah, goes well clear of 173. Good jump. She has a personal best of 1 meters and 90, jumped 2 years ago in Brussels. She's a double national champion of Belgium. Second attempt, meanwhile, for Dana Keeley on 173. Yeah, Keeley doesn't finish her run-up. And as she touched the stand, she can't attempt. Second attempt and for Alexandra Harrison. Harrison with a 182 PB should go clear on 173. Oh, this was close. This was really close. She can definitely get it in the third attempt. As mentioned before, a really high level competition of high jump with all athletes who have jumped at least 1 meters 80 in the last 2 years, in the last 2 seasons. A lot of national champions in their country, a lot of international experience. As Emily Whelan prepares for her second attempt on 173. Doesn't manage to clear 173 on our second attempt. Third and final attempt for Dana Keeley on 173. And now she goes clear. That was way better. Tremendous height on that jump. Just slightly touched it on her way downhill. But a much better jump and rewarded with a clearance on 173. In 4 minutes, the men's 400 meter will kick off. Within the first heat from France, Siaka Injai, Nout Wardenburg from the Netherlands, Jamie Smith from Australia, Daniel Segers, the former long jumper and decathlete from Belgium, and Simon Monjal from Belgium as well. athletes in this heat will be trying to dip under 47 seconds for the first time this season, or even for the first time in their career. Fastest on paper in this heat is Siaka Injai in lane 3 from France with a PB of 47.18. But we move back to the women's high jump with Emily Whelan and her third and final attempt on 173. Whelan, a 187 jumper at her best. And goes clear, touched the bar, but goes clear on 173. So that means that we still have a complete field of jumpers. Keeley, Harrison, and Whelan required 3 attempts on 173, but all went clear. So everybody went clear, except for the Mero Maas, who's still yet to open up her competition. Meanwhile, the judges are putting the bar in the women's high jump at the next height of 1 meters and 77. The men's 400 meters. We start off with the slowest of the two final heats, with Injai in lane 3, Wardenburg in lane 4, Smith in lane 5, Segers in lane 6, and Monjal in lane 7. Athletes ready to enter their blocks. Favorite in this heat is Noot Wardenburg or Siaka Injai. Season's best, really close to each other. 47.18 for Injai, 47.19 for Wardenburg. Both ran these times last month in June. And the athletes here are off in the first heat of the men's 400 meters. It's Nout Wardenburg who's taking the lead, who's entered the home stretch with a healthy lead. Pretty much no winds now, so very good conditions for 400 meters. And let's see what Wardenburg's time will be. Wardenburg dips under 47 seconds, runs 46.59 and is delighted with his performance. (46.58) officially. Injai also under 47 seconds with 46.88. Daniel Segers with a big PB of 47.19. Looking good for the 4x4 relay next week with the under 23 national team. Jamie Smith 47.75 and Simon Manjal 47.88, also a big season's best. In the next heat, we have one of the stars of the meeting, a famous name in the world of track and field. We have Isaac Makwala from Botswana. On his inside in lane 5, we have his compatriot Leon Dichetelo. But the competition is tough because in lane 4 we have Gardeo Isaacs from South Africa, who is the fastest of this of the heat this year with 45.15. Next to them we have Terry Fragiadakis from Australia, Elian Laregina from Argentina, and Simon Boipa from France. Athletes are getting ready for this second and fastest heat of the men's 400 meters. So, as mentioned before, very good conditions for one of the highlights of the meeting. Not a lot of wind right now, which is ideal for 400 meters. Makwala, of course, with that fantastic PB of 43.72. We do not expect him to come near that. But let's see if we can come close to a low 45 seconds. And they are off with a fast start of Dichetelo on the inside of Makwala, and also Gardeo Isaacs, the fastest man of this season. Isaacs looks to have the lead. Training partner of Luxolo Adams, who we'll see in the 200 meters later tonight. It's either Isaacs or Makwala in the lead. Also La Regina from Argentina is going well, and he's actually in the lead in the home stretch. He looks to take the victory, and his time is 45.35. Really fast time for the Argentinian. Improves on his personal best by 0.2 of a second. And that is a national record for Argentina. Great performance by La Regina, 45.34 officially. Dichetelo from Botswana in second also dipped under 46 with 45.98. Gardeo Isaacs 46.08. Makwala 46.22,
Twee keer. Op vraag van
less than half a second above his season's best. Fragriadakis 47.56 and Boypa 47.77. But what a performance from La Regina, 45.34. Had a lot left in the tank in that home stretch. La Regina, 5 times champion of his country, but this is one of the highlights of his career. Phenomenal performance. The highlight of the meet so far.
Hebben we hier zoiets? De belofte staan in de...
In the high jump we see a third attempt, or a second attempt, excuse me, for Summer Leckie on 177. Kovtunova, Skelton, Goossens and Maas already went clear, and also Leckie goes clear on 177 in her second attempt. Keeley and Harrison have 2 X's behind their names. So with a valid attempt of middle mass on 177, all athletes now are in competition officially. And Lorenzo failed on her second attempt on 177. Emily Whelan has a second attempt on 177 before the athletes will move on to their third and final attempt on that height. Now first there's a second attempt for Jeroen Lindeel, and she goes clear. She clears 177 in her second attempt. Already good for 185 this year, which was enough to qualify for the European Under-23 Championships in Finland of next week. She really has put a step to the top this year. 181 last year, 185 this year. She's making good progression. Now then the second attempt for Emily Whelan of Australia. Whelan now, second attempt on 177. Not yet on her second attempt. Then Dana Keeley from Ireland with her third and final attempt on 177. Can she go clear? No. So we lose the first athlete in this competition. Dana Keeley doesn't manage to clear 177. Same task for Alexandra Harrison from Australia. Can she remain in the competition? A lot of pressure, of course, on these athletes. Third and final attempt for Harrison. And she goes clear. Great jump, touched the bar, but a much better jump than the previous ones. And the podium of the 400 meters, the incredible men's 400 meters we just saw with that amazing performance from the Argentinian athlete La Regina 45:34. Next to him, Dichetelo from Botswana with 45.98 and Gardio Isaacs from South Africa with 46.08. Very high standard in the men's 400 meters. As we switch back to the women's high jump with Emily Whelan with her third and final attempt on 177. Oh no, she doesn't go clear on 177, so she's the second athlete who leaves this competition. Next height in the women's high jump will be 181. Things are getting really serious now. Next up, we'll have some relay action on the track. The 4x100 meters. First the men, then the women. In the men's 4x100 meters, we have a Belgian under-23 team with Olivier Livrange, Niels Kerkhoffs, Timber Huismans and Rendel Vermeulen. They have already qualified for the European under-23 championships of next week in Finland. So this meet serves as a final test for them. They will get competition from a local team in Lille, from Lille, with Lejeune, Laporal, Chevalier Canton and Vie. Really important, of course, to run really fast, but also to bring the baton home safely. And And in the women's high jump, we see Marina Kovtunova go clear on over 181. Which could seal her selection for the European Under 20 Championships in Jerusalem in August. She needed 180 for that. Goes clear over 181 right now. And she was absolutely delighted with that jump. Next, Alexandra Harrison approaching PB territory, 182 in June last year. So 181 would be very close to her lifetime best. Harrison approaching. Well, solid jump. It's there. It's there. She will have 2 more attempts to chase that 181. Athletes are almost ready for the 4x100 meters relay. So a Belgian under 23 team led by Olivier Lifrange. And on their outside, a team from Lille in France with Lejeune, Laporal, Chevalier Canton and V. Can the Belgians break 40 seconds again? Their season's best is 39.98. Can they bring the Badham home safely? And can they do it quick? First changeover looked like a clean one. Now it's Niels Kerkhoffs handing over to Timber Huismans. Looked like a pretty safe changeover, but it was pretty clean. And Rendel Vermeulen close. Oh, that was a really quick changeover. Really curious to see the time. Can they break 40 seconds again? Yes, it's 39.94. It's a slight improvement on our season's best of 39.98. A great final test for the European Under 23 Championships of next week. The official time is 39.92. And the team from Lille has run 43.99. The Belgians are really happy with the performance. 39.93 officially. Or 92. 39.92. And they can travel to Finland with a lot of confidence. In the women's high jump, Zita Goossens will take her first attempt on 181. And she goes clear. She had a phenomenal 2021 where she jumped at 190. Last year was good as well with a national title, but this year things went a little bit harder. Didn't come as easy as she had hoped for, but 181 now is a great jump. Still has a clear card. No failed jumps yet. Goossens was the second athlete who went clear on 181 after Kovtunova. And Medel Maas also cleared 181, touched the bar, but a valid jump for Maas. Interesting to see how close she can get to that 192 she jumped earlier in the year. Now on the approach, Alexandra Harrison from Australia, second attempt on 181. Harrison jumping at 1 centimeter under her PB, 181. Can she clear it? Can she go clear in her second attempt? Yeah, it was a good attempt. It's there. First attempt was a good one as well. Definitely possible. Let's see if she can go clear on her second attempt. As we switch again to the track, the 4x100 meters relay for women. Again, a Belgian team, Belgian national team, Belgian national under 20 team. They are looking for the qualifying standard for the European under 20 championships in August in Jerusalem, in Israel. 45.57 is required. And this is the first time they race in this setup. Again, a local team from Lille on their outside. And the athletes are away. They are underway, and Belgium takes the lead with a very safe changeover. Now it's Bangura extending that lead, really pushing through on that bend. And that is a difficult changeover, and they don't make it, so they drop the baton. Yeah, they continued, but I doubt whether that was a legal changeover, and if it was, the time will not be as quick as hoped, obviously. A provisional 51.22. But they have been disqualified, so the victory goes to Lille with a time of 52.27. So here, confirmation of the result. Lille wins it in 52.27, and the under 20 team of Belgium got disqualified because of the final changeover. They didn't manage to bring the baton home safely. They have a lot of time, however, to build experience, and can probably run a couple of races before they head, or before the under 20 championships in Europe kick off. Then back to the high jump with the third and final attempt for Alexandra Harrison on 181. No athletes have joined Kovtunova, Goossens and Maas yet. Harrison now really trying to find that concentration for her final attempt. Harrison, can she go clear? It's really hard when you're jumping so close to your PB. Doubts can start to occur in your mind, but it's just you and the bar. So can she get a solid attempt on 181? Oh, it was a good attempt. 3 good attempts for Harrison, but she is out of the competition. 177 is her result. We just saw that Sommer Lecky also didn't manage to clear 181 on her third attempt. Now it's up to Jorun Liniel. Oh, very close attempt. But the bar comes down. But a very decent jump on 181. Her main target, of course, next week, the European Under-23 Championships in Finland. The last athlete to attempt at 181 is Imogen Skelton, and she also doesn't go clear on her third attempt. So moving on to 184, we have Kovtunova, we have Goossens, and we have Maas. So 3 women left in the high jump competition. Those 3 athletes have secured themselves quite some points for the world rankings. 60 points for first place, 50 points for second place, and 45 points for the third place, or the points awarded for the ranking. Kovtunova with the first attempt on 184. Bar just came down. She was already delighted with that 181, which sealed her European under-20 qualifier. Let's see how high she can get. Now it's up to Zita Goossens. Can she continue her scorecard? No. First failure for Zita Goossens this competition on 184. 2 attempts remaining. Which means that Merel Maas can put a big step towards the victory if she can clear 184 in her first attempt. Merel Maas approaching, and she goes clear. She looks ready for next week for the European Under-23 Championships in Finland. And a victory can give a lot of points to Merel Maas for the world ranking. She's actually pretty close to a qualifier for the World Championships in Budapest. She can qualify with the ranking. So if she can score healthy points here, they will be more than welcome. Kovtunova also misses her second attempt on 184. And the second attempt for Zita Goossens. Ooh, very close attempt. Very close attempt. She can definitely get it on her third attempt. Athletes are jumping in quick succession now. Kovtunova with her final attempt on 184. Yes, she goes clear. She goes clear over 184. What a performance from the under-18 Ukrainian athlete. 184 is a personal best. She had jumped 183 2 years ago and improves on that today here in Kortrijk. She will be one to watch on the European Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem in August. So the victory is not handed to Merel Maas. Next action on the track is the women's 400 meters. With in the first heat Tureson from Finland, Mulder from the Netherlands, Manning from Ireland, Nygaard from Finland, and Kraker from Australia. And meanwhile, we've had another very close attempt for Zita Goossens in the high jump, but she sadly missed her third attempt on 184. Solid competition though for Zita Goossens. And the women's 400 meters is underway. And it's Kraker in lane 7, who's up to a fast start. I believe it's Mulder in lane 4, who's also going quickly. Mulder with the fastest, no, Thuressen with the fastest time of the season with 53:50:53. And it's a battle between Thuressen and Mulder, and it's Mulder who enters the home stretch in first position. It's really close between the two. But it's Mulder who wins it in front of Manning and Thuressen in an unofficial 53:56, which is a season's best for Madison Mulder. Actually, it's a PB. It's an outright PB for Mulder. Beats her previous PB by 12/100ths of a second. Manning in second in 53:95. Thuressen in third with 54:25. Followed by Kraker from Australia in 54:35. And Nygård from Finland in 54:39. Back to the women's high jump with a second attempt for Marina Kovtunova from Ukraine. Already really happy with that lifetime best of 184. Can she go even higher? Can she clear 187 on her second attempt? Not yet, but she cleared 184 as well on her third attempt, so it's not over, definitely not over. And it has escaped our cameras, but Middle Maas has gone clear over 187. So she's really in shape for the European Under-23 Championships for next week. Next action on the track is the second heat of the women's 400 meters. We have Morauskaite from Lithuania. We have Nico Bui from South Africa, Brossier from France. 2019 800-meter world champion Nakai from Uganda, and Sophie Becker from Ireland in lane 7. The Lithuanian on paper the fastest with a PB of 50.49, really quick. The qualifier for the World Championships in Budapest is 51 seconds flat. For the Olympic Games in Paris next year, 50.95. Athletes are underway in this second heat of the women's 400 meters. With Becker off to a fast start. Also Morauskaite on the inside, off really quick. She's eating up the ground on the athletes in front of her. The Lithuanian in the lead. Maroskaite in the lead, followed by Amandine Brossier from France. Can the 800 meter specialist Nakaji come back? No, it's going to be Maroskaite who takes the win in 52.01. 52.01, which is 0.4 of a second above her season's best. Maroskaite 51.99, so she dipped under 52 seconds eventually. Amandine Brossier 52.50, which is a season's best for the French. Nekubui from South Africa 52.57, Becker from Ireland 52.96, which is a season's best, and Nakaji, the 800 meter world championship from Doha 2019, has had her speed training and finishes with a time of 54.04. In the women's high jump, Marina Kovtunova hasn't managed to go clear over 187, so only Middle Maas is left in the competition, and she is eyeing the height of 1 meters and 92 centimeters shy of her PB. Would be really valuable for her to go clear, to move up on the ranking, to potentially qualify for the World Championships in Budapest. Points awarded for the place you achieve in the competition. She has already won it, but also points for the performance connected to that place. So every centimeter she jumps higher gives her more points for the ranking. Can she go clear? Middle Maas, ooh, that was a really close attempt on 190. 2 more attempts left. Definitely possible for Maas to jump it. She has already done it this year with 192. Things are looking good for Finland next week. Second attempt for Middle Maas in the high jump. 190 would be 2 centimeters shy of her personal best of 192 jumped earlier in the year. Middle Maas, an athlete with a short approach. Doesn't get tremendous speed on the runway, but goes really, really high. And she goes clear. What a jump. There looked to be space in between her and the bar. 190. She will head to Finland as one of the favorites in the women's high jump in the under 23 European Championships. First glance of the men's pole vault, with a successful attempt for Alexandre Pinte on 4:48. Competition has opened on 4:48. And the first attempt for Loïc Johannes, and he doesn't manage to clear 4:48 in his first attempt. Participants in the men's pole vault are Alexandre Pinte, Loïc Johannes, decathlete Niels Pittomvils, who already ran 100 meters. Robin Baudard, also a decathlete from Belgium, with a PB of 5:40. Paulo Benavides from the Netherlands with 5:40 as well. Thomas van Nuffelen with a PB of 5:42. And Koen van der Weest, the favorite for this competition, with a best of 5 meters and 50 centimeters. And we are going to switch to the women's high jump again because things are getting really interesting. Merel Maas lining up for her first attempt on 193. Maas jumped 191 as a 16-year-old almost 3 years ago, then had 2 more difficult years. But this year she's back and she's better than ever. Jumped a PB of 192. Can she improve on that today? Not in her first attempt, but she'll give it definitely at least one more try. As we switch back to the men's pole vault with Loïc Johannes. Loïc Johannes with his second attempt on 4:48. Already jumped 4:90 this season. Or last season, rather. Johannes, second attempt, and goes clear right now. 4:48 in his second attempt. Has a personal best of 4:74 outdoors. Indoors already 4:90 last winter. Next event on the track will be in a little bit over 10 minutes, the men's 800 meters. And in 20 minutes, the women's long jump will go underway. As we switch back to the second attempt of Merel Maas in the women's high jump, 193 would be a phenomenal performance. 190 already is a phenomenal performance, but can she improve on that? Can she clear 193 in her second attempt? Would mean a personal best for her. Merel Maas really finding that concentration. And she goes clear over 193 personal best for Merel Maas. What a confidence boost towards the European Under-23 Championships in Finland. After those two more difficult years for her, this year is much better. And for the second time this year, a PB for Merel Maas, 193. She's an under-20 athlete, so to jump 193 as an under 20 athlete, phenomenal performance, Merel Maas. With that jump of 193, Merel Maas equaled the national under-20 record of Sabrina de Leeuw, a record that has stood for 30 years. Now she equaled it, and she looks to improve it because she has put the bar on 195. As we saw a first failure of Loïc Johannes on 468 in the men's pole vault. Merel Maas now second in the European ranking, European under-20 ranking, behind Angelina Topic from Serbia. She was already second, but she had to share that position with Košak from Croatia and Pihela from Estland. Now she claims that second position with a phenomenal clearance on 193. First attempt or second attempt in the, no, it was his first attempt in the men's pole vault for Niels Pitomvils at 468. Didn't manage to clear it in his first attempt. Pitomvils, the decathlete, participated 6 weeks ago in Gutsis. Had to give up before the javelin throw because of an injury. As we move back to middle mass, who will attempt 195. Can she go even higher? Can she improve on that 193? That 193 that is already phenomenal. Phenomenal performance, equal the national under 20 record. Can she beat it? Can she break it? Middle mass on the approach. Not on the first attempt. And we just saw a clearance on 468 for Alexandre Pinte. He went clear in the second attempt. Pinte, who has a personal best of 4 meters and 70 centimeters outdoors. Indoors already 474. He's an under 20 athlete, so for the European under 20 championships, 5:15 is required. He's still a bit off, but if he can grow in this competition, might not be impossible. So the next action on the track will be the men's 800 meters with Séverin from France in lane 1, Derumeau from France as well in lane 2, Demeul from Canada in lane 3, Duplessis from South Africa in lane 4, Willard, the Dutchman, from in lane 5, Achap from France and Purcell from Ireland in lane 6, Milner from Ireland as well in lane 7, and the pace will be set by Terry Fragiadikis from Australia. As we switch back to the women's high jump with Merel Maas, her second attempt on 195. Everybody is watching her, and ooh, much better attempt. She's getting a feel for the height. This must give her confidence for her third and final attempt. athletes are ready for this first heat of the men's 800 meters. With Jurgen Wielaert, the Dutchman, who is the fastest on paper in lane 5, has a season's best of 1:46.81. Already ran 1:45.96 in the past. All athletes have run under 1:48 in the past. Nobody really follows the pacemaker. Six athletes still in contention for the win in this first heat on the 800 meters for men. Really tight race. Oh. With a crash behind the finish line. Middelmaas just missed her third attempt on 195, but what a competition for Middelmaas. 193 equaled the national under 20 record that stood for 30 years and has gained a lot of confidence towards the European under 23 championships in Finland next week, and has scored a lot of points for the ranking towards in her race towards Budapest 2023. So almost a perfect night for Middelmaas, 193, fantastic performance. Meanwhile, the results for the men's 800 meter come in. Thomas Derumeau won it after a photo finish from his compatriot Sami Ashap, both given the same time of 1:47.85. Harry Purcell from Ireland, 1:48 flat. And we're still waiting for the next results to come in. Meanwhile, the athletes for the second and final heat in the men's 800 meters are lining up. Mark Milner in the previous heat in fourth position with 1:48.29. Jurgen Wielaert 1:48.70. De Meul from Canada 1:48.95. And Duplessis 1:59.43. In the next heat we have Tillman from Belgium, Benzamia from France, Beugel from the Netherlands, Masalela from Botswana, Lund from Australia, McGrone from Australia as well, Mayanya from Uganda, Molosi from South Africa, Chenita from Algeria, Van der Putte from Belgium, and Sisk from Belgium as well. And Sisk believes he can dip under 1:45 today. Sisk has a personal best of 1:46.55. But he's in great shape, already ran a really fast 1500 meters a couple of weeks ago. And it's Maarten Helen, 400-meter runner, who's setting the pace. Athletes will be eyeing. It's really quick. It's 50.1 through the first lap. And Sisk, the 1500-meter runner, is behind in the pack. Now making a move in the red and the white, Peter Sisk. It's a really fast race, perfect conditions. It's really tight, a lot of athletes. Really close race. And the unofficial time is 1:45.69. And the victory went to Masalela from Botswana in 1:45.67. Mayanya from Uganda in second with 1:45.78. Molosi 1:45.78 as well, given the same time. Big season's best for Molosi from South Africa. Also a PB actually. His previous PB was 1:46.03. Now beaten that by 25 hundredths of a second. Bram Beugel in fourth, 1:46 flat. Also a PB for Beugel. His previous PB was 1:46.63. So more than half a second off his PB for Beugel. Then Shenitev from Algeria, 1:46.07. Also for him, the under 20 athlete from Algeria, a PB, 1:46.63 was his previous PB. Peter Sisk ran 1:46.07 as well, which is a PB. His previous PB of 1:46.24 is beaten, so a lot of PBs in this heat. Jack Lunn, 1:46.39. Orel van der Putten, 1:47.21. Maxime Tillman also with a PB, 1:47.28. Riley McGowan from Australia, 1:47.52. Great standard in the men's 800 meters. Lots of PBs. Great level of depth in the field, great depth in the field. The next field event action is the women's long jump. Next field event action is the women's long jump, with from Germany Ronja Frey, from the Netherlands Eva Bastmeijer, from France we have Alice Chivet and Angelica Berriot, from the Netherlands Pauline Hondema, from South Africa Carmen Fouché, and from Australia, biggest name in the field, Brooke Bushkuhl, who was born Brooke Stratton. Bushkuhl has a PB of 7 meters 13. She was 7th on the last Olympic Games, 5th at the last World Championships, and got also the silver medal at the Commonwealth Games last year. She's a 5-time national champion, so really looking forward to what she can produce here today. Jumped last week in Stockholm at the Diamond League in brutal conditions. Came to 6 meters and 40. Today conditions look a lot better, so let's see what she can achieve today. Brooke Bushkuhl. The next action on the track will be the women's 100 meters. Women's 100 meters, where we have 2 heats. In the first heat, from the Netherlands, Femke Nuiten. In lane 3, Kramer from Denmark. In lane 4, Jimenez from Chile. In lane 5, Eitner from Germany. In lane 6, Healy from Ireland. And in lane 7, we find Etia Samé from France. Kramer has the fastest PB in the heat with a time of 11:40, which he ran 2 years ago. This season, Isidora Jimenez from Chile was the fastest with a time of 11:50. Meanwhile, the women's long jump gets underway with the first attempt for Ronja Frey from Germany. Looked like she really found the board. Always nice in the first attempt to get something on the scoring card. With a gentle breeze, gentle tailwind of 0.7 meters per second, 6 meters and 10 centimeters for Ronja Frey in her first attempt. Athletes are ready for the first heat of the women's 100 meters. Nuiten from the Netherlands, Kramer from Germany, Jimenez from Chile, Eitner from Germany, Healy from Ireland, and Etia Samé from France. Almost no wind in the stadium. Still 29 Celsius here in Kortrijk, so perfect sprinting conditions. Let's see how fast they can run. And we're off to a good start with in lane 5 Tiffany Eidner with a fast start. Now passed by Joan Healy in lane 6. And it's Healy who takes the win in an unofficial 11.60. Healy improves on her season's best of 11.69. The winning time is given 11.59 officially. Only 2/100ths of a second shy of her personal best. Personal best from 2018, so 5-year-old personal best. 2/100ths of a second shy, so really great performance from Joan Healy. In second position we had Tiffany Eidner, 11.64. Kramer in third with 11.71. Jimenez in fourth with 11.73, followed by Nuiten and Etia Samé in 11.81 and 12.18 respectively. In the women's long jump we see an attempt for Pauline Hondema. It's a valid jump. Angelica Berriot from France is leading that competition with 6.33. But now Pauline Hondema has jumped 6.65 to take the lead. 6.65 for Hondema is a personal best. An improvement by 12 centimeters on her previous personal best, which she jumped 2 months ago in Belgium as well, in Oordegem. She already jumped 6.57 out indoors as well, but an outright improvement of her personal best with this first round attempt of 6.65. Great performance from Pauline Hondema from the Netherlands. Now the first attempt for Carmen Fouch from South Africa. Also a valid jump. Jumping conditions are great. Warm temperatures, not a lot of wind, slight breeze in the favor of the athletes. Fouch jumps 6.04 in her opening attempt. Athletes for the second heat of the 100 meters for women. Rani Vinke in lane 2. Florian Gnafua in lane 3 from France. From Jamaica, Jura Levi. In lane 5, Maria van Hunesteen from the Netherlands. In lane 6, from Australia, Christy Edwards. And in lane 7, from Italy, Anna Bongiorni. Fastest this season is the Jamaican in lane 4, with a time of 11.26. And she's also the fastest to leave the blocks. Is it Jamaican who's going to take it, or is it in lane 7? It's actually lane 7, Anna Bongiorni from Italy, who takes the win in an unofficial 11.32. 11.32 for Bongiorni, which is 5/100ths of a second shy of her personal best. As Brooke Bushkull got a foul jump in the women's long jump. the results in the women's 100 meters. Anna Bongiorni takes the victory in 11:31 officially. Marije van Hunnestein in second with 11:36. Jura Levi from Jamaica 11:38. Rani Vinke, the local athlete, 11:60. Florian Gnafua 11:61 and Christy Edwards 11:63. As we saw, second attempt for Ronja Frey in the women's long jump. No improvement on her first round effort of 6.10 meters. Then Bas Meijer in the long jump. Had a foul jump in the first round. And fouls again in the second. As we move on to the men's 100 meters first heat. In lane 2 we find from Ireland, Céline Green. In lane 3 from France, Chris Didin. In lane 4, the Dutchman Joris van Gool. In lane 5 from Denmark, Moussa. In lane 6, Iizuka, who was part of the Japanese team that won the silver medal at the Olympics in 2016. And in lane 7, we have the Argentinian Franco Florio. Fastest man of the season between these athletes is Koyo Moussa from Denmark with 10:38. And the first disqualification probably of the meet. It seems like Franco Florio from Argentina left his blocks too early, which means that we unfortunately have a first disqualification of the meeting. He's asking the judges or he's telling something to the judges. Maybe he heard a noise, but he looked to start too early, so the judges seem to say we have no choice here. It was a clear false start. As Pauline Hondema from the Netherlands in the women's long jump improved her PB by 11 more centimeters, so she jumped now 6.76. Big improvements. 23 centimeters improvement on her outdoor personal best, 19 centimeters improvement on her outright personal best. As we head back to the men's 100 meters with 5 athletes. And it's Izuka from Japan who went off to the fastest start, but yeah, he takes the win in an unofficial 10.29, really quick time. Izuka, who has a personal best of 10.08 already 6 years ago. As mentioned before, won the silver medal with the Japanese 4x100 meter relay team at the Rio Olympics in 2016. And now has a confirmed time of 10.28, which is an improvement, big improvement on his season's best of 10.41. Musa came in second in 10.33. 10.33 for Musa is the season's best. Joris van Gool 10.46. Chris Didin 10.47. Céline Green 10.76. And Franco Florio unfortunately got disqualified. As we also net saw the first valley jump for Brooke Bushkool. And 6 meters 60 is a great opening jump, or second jump for her after that fall jump in the first round. Bushkool might be eyeing that direct Olympic qualifier. Qualifying period has opened 1 week ago on the 1st of July. So it would put her in a luxury position if she manages to jump 6.86 today. That would mean direct qualification standard for Paris next year. And as I'm saying that, Pauline Hondema is really approaching that mark as well. She's only 9 centimeters shy of direct qualifier for the World Championships in Budapest, and 10 centimeters shy of that direct qualification standard for Paris next year. So Pauline Hondema is having a great competition, the competition of her life. Now switching back to the track with the men's 100 meters second heat, where we find Dambile from South Africa, Hansen from Denmark, Kobe Vlemings, who ran the fastest 100 meters by a Belgian in 23 years this season with a time of 10.23. CJ Green from Antigua, Welpton from New Zealand, Keletela from Congo, and Truskauskas from Lithuania. CJ Green has the fastest PB in this heat with 10 seconds flat. Green seems to have the fastest start, and he takes the victory ahead of Tian Welpton. It was really tight on the line, and the unofficial time is 10.25. So the winner of the meet will come from this heat. Officially 10.23 for CJ Green. Tian Welpton with 10.24 in second. Then third place goes to Izuka from Japan from the first heat. In this heat, the third finisher was Dambile from South Africa with 10.31. In the same time as Simon Hansen from Denmark in 10.31 as well. Keletela 10.33, Vlemings 10.39, and Truskauskas 10.51. CJ Green 10.23 in his first race overseas this season. Good performance. As we look at Alice Chivet, her third attempt in the women's long jump. Opened her competition up with 5.93. Can she improve on that? Yes, big improvement. 625 in her third round, which puts her in fourth position, behind Hondema with that fantastic 676, Bushkuhl with 660, and Berriot with 633. Berriot will jump now in her third attempt. Yeah, seemed to hit that board pretty well. Pauline Hondema heading for her third jump in the women's long jump. Those first two attempts must have given her wings. Let's see whether she can use them to jump even further. I repeat, 685 for a direct qualifier for Budapest, 686 for a direct qualifier for the Olympic Games. Hondema with her third attempt, but that looked like a foul jump. Yeah, when you get that feeling right, and when you have jumped a PB twice, you're only running faster and faster, and Carmen Fausch lining up for her third attempt. She's currently sitting in fifth with a jump of 6 meters and 10 centimeters in the second round. No improvement for Fausch in the third round with a jump of 589. As Brooke Bushkuhl lines up for her third attempt. Foul jump in the opening round. 660, very solid in the second round. Can she improve on that? And can she maybe come close to that Olympic qualifier of 686? It's a valid jump, and it looked like it was a really good jump as well. And they measure it at 671, so it was a great jump. And she's closing in on the lead of Hondema. She's only 5 centimeters behind Hondema right now. And it looks like we have a battle for the victory on our hand between Pauline Hondema and Brooke Bushkuhl. The next action on the track will be the men's 400 meters, 400 meter hurdles, with in the first heat for France, Anthony Gomez. In lane 4, Tuur Bras from Belgium. In lane 5, Robin Boersma from the Netherlands. And in lane 6, Osama El Abadi from Egypt. in the tent buiten de piste.
Dankjewel. Dankjewel.
As the women's long jump resumes with a fourth round effort of Eva Bastmeijer. 3 foul jumps so far, and it seems as if the fourth jump isn't valid as well. Germany's Ronja Frey lining up in the women's long jump for her fourth round attempt. 6 meters 10, season's best in the opening round. Doesn't look like an improvement on the first sight. Merci. 566 in the fourth round for Ronja Frey. Now the athletes are ready in the men's 400 hurdles, the first heat. We have Anthony Gomez from France in lane 3, Tuur Bras from Belgium in lane 4, Dutchman Robin Boersma in lane 5, and from Egypt, Osama El Abadi in lane 6. Tuur Bras with 52.87, the fastest in the field on paper. Already run 50.58 as a lifetime best. As the athletes for the 400-meter hurdles are entering their blocks. Focus on Tuur Bras in lane 4. And the athletes are underway, with Tuur Bras taking the lead. Only 3 athletes in this heat. It seems as the Egyptian hasn't started. So Tuur Bras well in the lead, or he has picked up an injury. And it looks like Anthony Gomez is in the lead, ahead ahead of Osama El Abadi from Egypt. And Gomez takes it unofficially in 53.88, which is a little over a second shy of his season's best. El Abadi in second with a time of 54.56, 100 of a second shy of his season's best. As we just saw the fourth attempt of Brooke Bushkuhl in the women's long jump. Doesn't really look happy with that attempt. And it appears to be a foul jump. Meanwhile, the athletes for the men's 400 meters hurdles second heat are preparing. In this second heat, we'll look forward to the performances of Dries van Nieuwenhoven from Belgium in lane 3, Lasse Schmidt from Germany in lane 4, Bruno De Gennaro from Argentina in lane 5, Dries Peters from Belgium in lane 6, local athlete Dylan Monsere in lane 7, and in lane 8 from Chile, Diego Marcos Curbis Escalante. As we just saw the fourth attempt of Pauline Hondema, the leader in the long jump competition. Doesn't look like an improvement of that fantastic, that fabulous 6.76 personal best. We switch back to the men's 400 meters, 400 meter hurdles. Lasse Schmidt from Germany already qualified for the European Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem. Already run 51.11, almost 2 seconds faster than they required 52.80 for that championship. So he can head to Israel with ambitions, as the athletes are set to leave the blocks in the second heat of the 400 meter hurdles. Peters is off to a fast start in lane 6. Already caught up with Dylan Monsere in lane 7. But it's Lasse Schmidt who enters the home stretch in first position. The under-20 athlete is going really well, now really digging deep. And he crosses the line in an unofficial 50.62. So takes off another half a second of that personal best of 51.11. Fantastic performance from the German Lasse Schmidt. He will head to Jerusalem as one of the favorites. Also moves up from position 6 to position 2 on the European under-20 list. Only Nikola Kostic from Serbia has been faster this year with a time of 49.77. So Lasse Schmidt won his heat in an official 50.60 ahead of Dries Peters in 51.55. Bruno De Gennaro in 51.75. Courbis Escalante from Chile in 52 flat. Dries van Nieuwenhoven in 54.33 and Dylan Monsere in 55.18. For Dries Peters, that was an improvement on his previous PB by 3/100ths of a second. As we switch back to the women's long jump, Carmen Fouch improved in the previous round to 6:15. The athletes for the third and final heat in the men's 400-meter hurdles enter their blocks. With Baluch from Slovakia in lane 3, Fernandez from Spain in lane 4, also from Spain in lanes 5 and 6, Delgado and Alfonso in lane 7 from Australia, Fry, and in lane 8, Mario Lambrughi from Italy. Lambrughi with the fastest personal best in this heat, 48.99. Only athlete in the field who has already dipped under 49 seconds in his lifetime. And the victory in this heat goes to Sergio Fernandez. Or no, it was on the outside. Mario Lambrughi, who took the win in an unofficial 49.69. Is really happy with that performance. Improves his season's best by 0.7 of a second. Mario Lambrughi took the win ahead of Sergio Fernandez. And a foul jump for Pauline Hondema in the women's long jump. 49.67 in the 400 hurdles for Lambrughi, ahead of Fernandez, 49.73. Fernandez actually had the fastest PB with a time of 48.87. For both athletes, an improvement on their season's best. Matej Baluch from Slovakia, 50.22. Iker Alfonso also faster than the previous heats in 50.41. Connor Fry, 50.91. And Jesus David Delgado, 1:01.35. Meanwhile, in the long jump, we have reached the final attempt. The Dutch Eva Bastmeijer hasn't managed to get in a valid jump yet. Bastmeijer has a season's best of 6:21, and she finishes with a valid jump, I believe. But she doesn't look overly happy with the performance. Bastmeijer has a personal best of 6 meters 30 centimeters outdoors. And comes to 5:53 in her final attempt. Ronja Vrij with her final attempt in the long jump. It's a valid attempt. Can she pass 6 meters again? 6 meters and 10 centimeters was a really good opener for her. And Vrij didn't manage to improve on her best in the final attempt. Final attempt now for the South African Carmen Fouch. Fouch, who has a personal best of 6:56. Can she come close to that? Fouch, who was 6th on the world under 20 championships last year, 5th on the African championships as well, and 2nd at the national championships this year in South Africa. Very consistent series, finishes it off with 5:98. No improvement on her best jump of 6:15. Next on the runway, we have from France, Alice Chivet. Chivet with the best in round 3 of 6:25. Gets the support of the crowd. And does look a little bit disappointed with that final attempt. But it will be measured. It's a valid attempt. And Chivet's final attempt is measured at 6:13. It's her second best jump of the evening. No improvement on that 6:25. But as we quickly switch to the women's 400 meter hurdles right now. Where we have 2 heats. In the first one, Telford from Canada in lane 3. Levy from Israel in lane 4, Kral from France in lane 5, Murray from Ireland in lane 6, and Lopez Furtado from France in lane 7. Fastest on paper is in lane 4, the Israeli Noah Levi. Good start from Murray in lane 6, the tall athlete from Ireland. As I believe it's Alexandra Telford from Canada, who has taken the lead by quite some margin. It's in lane 4 now. It's actually from Israel, Noah Levi, with a big lead. She has a personal best of 58.72. And now she runs 59.22 unofficially. Half a second slower than her personal best run 2 weeks ago in Poland. 59.20 officially for Levi. As we move back to the final jump of Pauline Hondema in the women's long jump. Brooke Bushkull didn't manage to improve on her third round effort of 6.71, but will still be very happy with that performance, I believe. Pauline Hondema for the final attempt, already 2 PBs, also 6.74 in the fourth round. Will it be measured? Meanwhile, we have the full results of the first heat in the women's 400-meter hurdle. So in first place, we had Noah Levi from Israel, 59.20. In position 2 from Canada, Alexandra Telford, 59.67. Murray from Ireland, 1:00.99. Kral from France, 1:01.27. And Lopez Furtado, also from France, 1:01.80. No improvements on personal bests or season's bests in the previous heat. And the final jump of Hondema from the Netherlands was a foul jump, but still she can look back on an amazing competition. 3 valid jumps and three times over her previous personal best, so a great competition from Pauline Hondema. As the athletes enter their blocks for the second and final heat in the women's 400-meter hurdles. We have Carly from Australia in lane 3, Oliveri from Italy in lane 4, Sanoun from France in lane 5, Klaes from Belgium in lane 6, and Loreis, under 18 athlete from Belgium in lane 7. Loreis on the outside will be looking to run the under 20 European standard of 59.16. She has a season's best of 59.57, so it should be within her reach. If she can improve on her season's best with 39 hundredths of a second, it is possible, and she's off to a good start. Also, Sanoun from France in lane 5 has opened up quick. And it's Sanoun in the lead, it seems. Pretty even. It's a pretty even race. Pretty even race between Carly and Oliveira from Australia and Italy. And what will the time be? Clock stops at 56.03. It looked like a win for Carly from Australia, who just got it on the line. Carly takes it in officially 56.01, ahead of Linda Oliveira from Italy in 56.08. Eline Klaes, 58.63. And Zoe Loreis misses out on that European under-18 qualifier, that European under-20 qualifier by 5/100ths of a second. Runs 59.28. Big improvement on her season's best, but just 5/100ths of a second shy of that European qualifier. Next on the track we have the women's 800 meters. Women's 800 meters, where we have one heat. The pace will be set by the Australian Rowena Craker. And the athletes lining up in this heat are McDermott from New Zealand, Scheldeman from Belgium, Sinisterra from Colombia, Galvidite from Lithuania, Kwaatakker from Belgium, Hinriksdottir from Iceland, Khan from Australia, Swart from South Africa, Noe from Botswana, and Lagat from Kenya. Hinriksdottir has the fastest PB in this race with a time of 2:00:05, a time she ran back in 2017, the Icelandic national record. This season in Poland she already ran 2:03:33. It's also looking forward to what Galvidite can do from Lithuania. She ran 2 weeks ago on that same meeting in Poland 2:00:29, which was an outright personal best. She's a former 400-meter hurdles runner with a PB of 58:29. Has made the switch to the 800 right now. So focus on Galvidite in the white in lane 4. Will she follow the pace? Sinisterra from Colombia also going well. It's the pacemaker in first, Sinisterra in fifth. Looking forward to Galvidite in the white in third position, second position behind the pacemaker. And she's really making a move right now, Galvidite. She crosses in 60 seconds flat, so she will always need to have to run a negative split to beat her personal best of 2 weeks ago at 2:00:29. Galvidite being challenged now, going into the final stretch. Can she hang on for the victory? And she hangs on ahead of Oratil Noe from Botswana in an unofficial time of 2:01:17, so a really quick time. Also underway is the men's high jump, where the bar is at 2:02. Bram Geus from Belgium with his first attempt on that height, and he clears it first time. As we just saw, a very happy Pauline Hondema on the podium after the women's long jump. Improved her PB on all three of her valid jumps, and won the competition with 6:76. As we just saw, a valid attempt in the men's high jump from Sébastien Michaud. Ten athletes in the men's high jump. Victor van Aarde, who unfortunately already went out at 196. Thibaut Delare, who didn't start. And then we have from South Africa, Oussama Vali, who just had a second failure at 2:02. From France, we have Maël Cissé. We have decathlete Jente Houtekete, who already went clear over 2:02, as did Balthazar Kadiogo from France. Bram Geus also went clear over 2:02. Melvin Likke Holm, the son of the legendary Stefan Holm, has also already gone clear over 2:02. And Sébastien Michaud, as we just saw, also cleared 2:02. Chef Vermeeren hasn't entered the competition yet. He leads the field with a fantastic 2:27 he jumped indoors this winter. Next action on the track is the women's 200 meters. We have 2 heats. In this first heat we have the local athlete Rani Vinke. We have Anna Bongiorni from Italy. We have Florian Knafua from France. And Julia Levi from Jamaica. And Bongiorni is off to a fast start. She seems to be in the lead. It's pretty tight with Levi on the outside. And it looks like Bongiorni is going to take it in an unofficial time of 23:13, which is a big season's best. Actually is a personal best for Bongiorni. Previous personal best was 23:18. A time she ran 2 years ago. So improvement on her personal best, 23:12. Judah Levi, 23:47. A season's best. Rani Vinke, 23:63. Which is an improvement of 9/100ths of a second of her on her previous personal best. So 2 PBs in this heat. And in 4th we found Florian Knafua from France, who ran 24:11. So 2 PBs in this first heat of the women's 200 meters. As we switch back to the men's high jump, Melvin Likkeholm. And he went clear on his first attempt over 2:08. Home a 2:18 jumper at best. He is in shared 2nd position on the European under-20 ranking of this year. Only the Belarusian Mikita Danilov has jumped higher than him this year with a performance of 2:21. Holmes' best performance is 2:18. Now in 1 attempt clear on 2:08. Now a first attempt failure for Sébastien Michaud. Michaud, who has a personal best of 2:23. And Chef Vermeeren is looking to open up his competition. Only Holm has gone clear for the moment over 2:08, but we head back to the 2nd and final heat in the women's 200 meters with in lane 3 Martina Weller-Restrepo, in lane 4 Rosie Elliott, in lane 5 Marije van Hunnestein, in lane 6 Christy Edwards, and in lane 7 Isidora Jimenez. Fast start in lane 4 for Rosie Elliott. Martina Weller-Restrepo is catching up with her on the inside. It's a pretty even race so far. And it's going to be Martina Weller-Restrepo who takes, oh no, it's Marije van Hunnestein on the line who takes it in an unofficial 23:14. Ahead of Martina Weller-Restrepo, Marije van Hunnestein 23:13 officially. Which is a season's best for Van Hunnestein. Martina Weller-Restrepo 23:17. Just 3/100ths of a second shy of her personal best of 23:14. Christy Edwards 23:55 and Rosie Elliott 23:60. Isidora Jimenez did not start the race. As we are back to the men's high jump with Jente Houtekete, second attempt at 2:08, a decathlete. And he doesn't go clear on his second attempt. One more attempt. Already jumped 2:12 in the past. This winter, actually. Actually, the winner of the women's 200 meters was in the first heat. Anna Bongiorni from Italy has run the fastest time overall with her season's best of 23:12. She was 100th of a second faster than Marije van Hunnestein in the second heat. And Martina Valle-Restrepo is third overall with a time of 23:17. Back to the men's high jump, where we see Bram Geus with his second attempt on 2:08. And Geus goes clear. He is the fourth man to clear the height after Kadiogo, Likke Holm and Scheffer-Meren. 4 men clear on 2:08. Now Sébastien Michaud has his second attempt on that height. Ooh, that was a close one. Has one more attempt to clear the bar. As the men's 200 meter is about to start. Just like with the women's race, also here 2 heats. In the first one we find Davis from Jamaica, Mbean Gala Nene from France, Borlée from Belgium, the 400 meter runner, brother of the famous twins, of course, Kevin and Jonathan. In lane 6, another Belgian tornado 4x400 meter relay team, Alexander Doom, who's trying to test his speed on this 200 meters. And in lane 7, we have fast starter, 60 meter specialist Joris van Gool.
Oh, that'd be nice, thank you. Oh. Thank you. Yeah?
As we head back to the men's high jump, we just saw a third round failure for Maël Cissé, so he's out of the competition. His final result is 2:02. As the decathlete Jente Houtekete gets his final attempt on 2:08. Now we first move to the 200 meters, the first heat in the men's 200 meters. Dylan Borlée in the red, Alexander Doom in the white and blue. Borlée off to a good start. Also on his inside, Mbean Gala Nene. Joris van Gool has not started. It's a battle between Borlée and the 2 men on his inside, and it looks as if it's Davis in front of Borlée and Galanene in an unofficial time of 20.88. Officially 20.86, 21 flat for Dylan Borlée. .21 flat is an improvement on his PB for Dylan Borlée. Also for Davies, a big personal best. His previous personal best was 21.05. Now he ran 20.86, so took the victory with a personal best, 20.86. Also PB for Dylan Borlée, 21 flat. Mbean Gala Nene 21:20, which is 1800 shy of his personal best. Alexander Doom, a good test of his speed, 21:43. As we move back to the men's high jump. Where we've lost Miles Cissé and Jente Houtekete as well on 2:08. So 4 athletes are left in the competition. Balthazar Kadiogo, Bram Geus, Melvin Liekeholm and Jeff Vermeerem. They will continue the competition on 2:12. First attempt at 2:12 for Balthazar Kadiogo. And that's actually PB territory for him. His PB stands currently at 2 meters 11 outdoors, 2:12 already indoors, so he could equal his outright PB. Doesn't manage to do it in his first attempt though. But the athletes are lining up for the second and final heat in the men's 200. In lane 2 we have Mark Smith from Ireland. We have Simon Hansen from Denmark in lane 3. Shota Izuka from Japan in lane 4. Sinesifo Dambile from South Africa in lane 5. Luxolo Adams in lane 6. Truskauskas from Lithuania in lane 7. And Cézé from France in lane 8. Adams ran a really quick 200 meters last week in Ostrava 2022. So he really is the man to watch in lane 6. But it's Cézé who leaves the curve in first position. Now Adams pulls through, and it's Luxolo Adams who claims the victory ahead of his compatriot Dambile in an unofficial 20.30, officially 20.30 as well. So pretty close to that 2022 performance from Ostrava last week. Dambile runs 20:32. Only 3/100ths of a second shy of his all-time personal best, which he ran at the World Championships last year in Oregon. Izuka with a 20:43, Cézé 20:80. Truskauskas 20:85, Hansen 20:94, and Smith 20:99. We still have the men's high jump going on. And also coming up on the track are still the men's 1500 meters and the women's 1500 meters. No, excuse me, only the men's 1500 meters left, where we have 2 series. 2 heats in the men's 1500. They will start in 5 minutes. Kadiogo with his second attempt at 2 meters 12. Oh, that was a really close attempt, definitely possible. Would equal his outright personal best of 2:12, which he jumped indoors. Outdoors, his best mark is 2:11. Bram Geus with his second attempt on 2:12. Doesn't go clear yet. Geus a 2:26 jumper in the past. Currently in the lead in this competition is Lieke Holm, who hasn't failed at any height, now joined by Jeff Vermeeren. So Lieke Holm and Jeff Vermeeren, the two athletes who already cleared 2:12. Lieke Holm in his first attempt, Vermeeren in his second attempt, so Holm in the lead. Kadiogo and Geus both have one attempt left to join the duo. As we have a look at the final attempt of Kadiogo, can equal his outright personal best with this jump. And he goes clear, bar stays on. What a relief for the young Frenchman. Meanwhile, the athletes for the closing event on the track are lining up. We have two 1500 meter heats for the men. Now we start off with the fastest heat, and they are well underway. For Denmark, we have Jensen Johansen, we have Guermali from the Philippines, we have Van der Putten from the Netherlands, Lindgren from Denmark, Lewis from Australia, Tuati from France, Klaus from Belgium, O'Donovan from Ireland, Van Oppen from Belgium, Abdi Ali from the Netherlands, Hansen from Australia, Filippi from Italy, Doyle from Ireland, Pereira from Portugal, and Jochem Vermeulen from Belgium. The pace is being set by Maxime Delvoye, and Jochem Vermeulen is following the pace, is in the right in the slipstream of the pacemaker. Vermeulen a 3:35 runner at his best. He has the fastest personal best in the field. And he's the only one who keeps up with the pace of the pacemaker. 600 meters into this 1500 meters. .140.5 after 700 meters. It's a really fast pace. Vermeulen probably has an eye on that direct qualifier for Budapest and Paris as well, which stand both at 2:34:20. Now Vermeulen needs to do it on his own. It's just him versus the clock with 500 meters to go. Vermeulen needs to raise the clock right now. It's a time trial. Passes the finish line in 2:37.5, which means he needs to run under 57 seconds for his final lap if he wants to run that direct qualifying mark. Jochem Vermeulen really digging deep right now. Still looks to have something left in his legs. Really moving well still. 3:20 on the clock. Maybe he can come close to his PB of 3:35:21. And the clock stops at 3:34:99. So a PB for Jochem Vermeulen, just misses that Olympic and World Champions qualifier, but what a great race from Jochem Vermeulen. Had to run more than 600 meters on his own. Him versus the clock. And great performance from the Belgian, rewarded with a personal best. $3:34:97 officially for Jochem Vermeulen. As we watch Balthazar Kadiogo, who just missed his second attempt on 2:15. Jochem Vermeulen won that race in 3:34:97. Cathal Doyle from Ireland was second in 3:37:08. Which was a personal best for the Irishman. An improvement of half a second on his previous PB. Abdi Ali from the Netherlands also equaled his PB actually with 3:37:43. James Hansen from Australia 3:37:66. Charlie O'Donovan 3:38:11. Filippi from Italy 3:39:31 and Van Oppen 3:40:16. Lewis 3:40:94. Klaus from Belgium 3:41:32. And Andreas Lindgren from Denmark ran at 3:41:53. And Yassine Guermali from the Philippines 3:41:75. Tuati from France ran to 3:42:05 in this really fast race. And Casper van der Putten from the Netherlands ran 3:42:57. Also in that race was the Dane Christopher Frost Jensen Johansen, who ran 3:43:71. The athletes for the final race in this international program are lining up. We have Hadfield from Australia, Knoll from the Netherlands, Phillips from Australia, Shaween from Saudi Arabia, Gonzalez from Chile, Engelbrecht, the young Belgian, Mann from the United States, Thibert from Belgium, De La Torre from Spain, Jequin from Belgium, Lamb from New Zealand, De Gelder from the Netherlands, Oakley from New Zealand, and Max van der Lucht from the Netherlands. And the athletes are underway for the final race of this international program. The pace is being set in this heat by Max van der Lucht.
Misschien echt de 200, 300 meter max. Nee, ze zijn nog 1,48 of 2 rond.
In this race we have 3 European under-20 athletes, two of whom already have qualified for the under-20 championships in Jerusalem in August. Brigitte Hibert and William Knolf from Belgium and the Netherlands respectively already ran the qualifying mark. Simon Jequin is still looking for that mark. He already ran 3:46.94 this year. Needs to improve that mark by a little over 1.5 seconds to be qualified for the European Under-20 Championships in Jerusalem. Now the sprint in the home stretch. And it looks as if Brigitte Hibert takes the win in 3:44.41. As we switch back to the high jump with Melvin Likkeholm, who is currently sitting in second position. Chef Vermeeren is the only one who has cleared 2:18, and he looks like it looks as if he is going to win this competition, unless Melvin Likkeholm clears this height and the next height, because Vermeeren has less failed attempts. The results of the 1500 meters for men, the second heat. Régis Thibert won indeed in 3:44.40, improved on his PB. Joshua Phillips from Australia in second. Tom de Gelder from the Netherlands in third. William Knoll also from the Netherlands in fourth, ahead of Julian Oakley from New Zealand. Timon Engelbrecht, who improved on his PB, in sixth. And Melvin Liekeholm just about missed 2:18. Which means the victory goes to Chef Vermeeren, who will continue to jump. Vermeeren has a personal best indoors of 2:27. Outdoors, he already jumped 2:24. That was 2 months ago, on the 1st of May. So Vermeeren will be targeting to equal that performance. Now not goed. Yeah. Back to the high jump where we have an attempt of Chef Vermeeren at 2:22. First attempt. Decent attempt from Vermeeren. He will definitely try it again. Yeah. And Chef Vermeeren also failed his second attempt at 2:22. He has already sealed the victory, but he would of course love to improve on that 2:18 mark. 2:27 jumper at his best. And he would be delighted to round off the evening with a 2:22 clearance in his third attempt. Chef Vermeeren is mentally preparing his final attempt at 2:22. Lets the runners from the 1500 meter pass. And is soon going to start his run-up for his final attempt. Really trying to motivate himself to leave it all in this jump. And Vermeeren approaches and almost clears 2:22. But can still be happy with the victory with 2:18.